Hello, good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It's unfortunately morning where I am.
I'm so sorry for your troubles. Wow, how you do suffer.
I do be suffering.
Yeah. The suffering be constant.
9 a.m. comes really early when you're doing the Amazing Readathon, apparently, but it's
It was
fine.
I think it was our good friend Smash Mouth who said the years stop coming and they don't stop coming.
No, they don't. They don't stop coming at all.
Mm.
Luckily, I didn't sleep weird today, last night, so everything is like
Oh, that's
fine. Yeah.
good.
I woke up at like 7:45, 7:50, something like that, and I was like, I have an alarm set for 8:30. I'm staying asleep.
Fair enough. I did exactly the same.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
nobody needs me yet. Good night.
My alarm was for 9:30 because I wanted to wake up a little bit earlier. My vlog for today, got a vlog coming today, is it had rendered by last night before I went to bed, and I just
Yeah.
left it render overnight with a shutdown timer. But I needed to upload it, or it wasn't going to be uploaded in time.
I understand
And
that.
it did make the start of my sprints a little bit slow and a little bit laggy. So if people were here and they noticed that, that's the reasoning why. I'm so sorry about that.
All right. How is everyone? How are we doing this morning? Who do we have here? Like, let us know what team you're on. Currently representing sci-fi and general fiction / historical fiction on the screen right now. I don't know who else we may have. Ooh, that's hair. Why is there hair in my mouth?
Ew.
I just brushed it too, so there shouldn't be anything loose. So who do we have right now in the chat, though? Hello. Good morning. 100 pages left in midnight on Beacon Street. Look at that. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. Still got most of my second leg book. You know what? You go at the pace you go.
Yeah. Don't feel sad about being behind because your points will still count to your team's cumulative score, which is what is going to count at the end of June. It's the one that's going to determine who it is that wins out the entire thing.
Yep. Yeah, you don't have to win every leg to win the whole thing, because I know for a fact the team that won last year didn't win every leg.
Did not win. No.
All right. Hello, starting a sightseeing prompt book. I am hoping I will be able to finish my main book. Speaking of, you know what? Let's take a hot break from this. I'm hoping I'll be able to finish my main book today. I've got about 2/3 of it left. And it is Leviathan Wakes.
And it's a very pretty copy.
James S.A. Corey. I am so happy Brittany is loving this, because everyone else that I've asked to read this has been like,
Did you guys go on with Jess afterward?
I went on with Jess.
Was it a fun time?
It was a good time. It was a good fun time.
Also, everyone in the chat, today's Jess's birthday. Jess, the producer.
Yes.
So do be assured. Yeah. Go and tell her happy birthday.
Yeah. That's exactly what she wants, to be tagged in 1,000 Discord messages.
Yes, she wants to get 1,600 tags that just say happy birthday to her.
Yep. It's funny because we made it like, it was like 11:54. I was like, oh, well, in 6 minutes we can wish you happy birthday. And she's like, we're going to be done by then. And I was like, okay. And then I just kept her talking until midnight. And I was like, happy birthday.
Oh, I wished her a happy birthday at 25 minutes past midnight here, which was 25 minutes past 6 p.m. her time.
I saw that. And
I was like, didn't care. I sent her the standard, it is your birthday from the office.
Yep. Very nice. All right. So we've got somebody starting a sightseeing book. I haven't gotten there yet. I think I might, like, at some point if I'm kind of audiobooked out, I might sit down and read a manga that would count as a sightseeing book at some point. I meant to read it last night while I was winding down for bed, but there was no wind down. I laid down and I was out.
I've been there.
That never happens.
I've been there.
So I was like, well, I guess we're not reading that.
Guess we're not doing this no more.
No. It's fine. I'll just, if I can't get to a sightseeing book this leg for sci-fi, I will do 2 sightseeing books for them next time.
That's fine.
Like I have a general rule for like what sightseeing is, but like if I end up on a team that's like, oh no, we were in last place last time, I will definitely put in a little extra effort for them just to see.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm going in trying to do everybody like what's the strategy? I mean, what are we trying to do?
From my understanding of it, you guys are going in forgetting the sabotage. Like you guys are going in as if you are not potentially going to kick them guys.
We are going in as if our points will help them, not hurt them. What I kind of view it as is if the team, if I end up sabotaging the team, it's less a sabotage and more that like I must have tripped over something and
I forgot to read today. Oh no!
I accidentally booked the wrong flight.
Oh no! I was in the bathroom while they called my gate. Oh, have you seen that girl on TikTok? That could be you. That she turned up to her flight that was boarding at 5:30, and she turned up at like 5:45 for a flight that was finished boarding at 5:30 to take off at 6. And turned up at 5:45. I was like, but I am on time. I have 15 minutes. I am on time. I'm going to miss my best friend's wedding because Delta are being dicks. And everyone, and I am so serious when I say everyone, is like, no, you fucked up. And now you're trying to shove the blame on somebody else.
Yep. My favorite thing is when you have a connect, like, I don't know who decides that you should, it's okay to have a connecting flight that doesn't get off the plane until boarding has already started.
I know that there are some flights that I've been on and that they will make an announcement. If you have a connecting flight in X airport, please let your flight attendants know because we will give you priority deboarding. Yeah, so we will make sure that you get off the plane before anybody else.
I've been on, the last time I flew back from Baltimore, that happened. I was like, and it was really funny because that happened on the flight up. And then on the flight back, we had some asshole that so the lady on the row across from me, she just had her backpack. It was under the seat. So she gets up, grabs her backpack as people are kind of moving getting ready and like they hadn't started moving yet, but like she's ready to go. Right. And so she goes and she starts gets ready to start moving forward. And this asshole that's in front of her is like, you have to wait for me, basically. I was like, no, we will get off faster if the people who are in the aisles and can go, just go. Yeah. Like, just let her go. Correct. And she's like, it's fine. I don't have a connecting flight or whatever. But we just sat there rolling our eyes and talking shit about him the entire time that we had to wait. And he got up and started going before the people across or to grab his bag. I was like, are you going to wait for them? Because they technically go before you.
I just know that with my company that I used to work with before I work here, we went to Vegas as a team to celebrate a really great financial year. We went to Vegas as a team and everyone had 3 different flights from Frankfurt. So you had one going to O'Hare. We went to Newark and some of my friends went to Newark, Chicago, and San Fran. Okay, so you guys were all going to separate places for you weren't going to be meeting at the one place. For the connections. And then you met in Vegas. But there was some issue with the flight leaving Frankfurt to get to San Fran. And my friend messaged me as she landed in San Fran. She was like, we have, and I'm not joking, 45 minutes. Now, all of their bags were taken off for them and brought over, so they were fine. Yeah. But she was like, I don't think I've ever run so quickly. Yeah, it's one of those things, it doesn't, in the, where I live, the Tampa Airport, would not matter, because if you are at your gate, the gate that you need to go to, probably right across, or just down. You're good. You're good. That sounds like Cardiff Airport. I did my master's in Cardiff in Wales, and the airport, size of my apartment.
Yeah.
Tiny.
Well, like it's just like it's going to be in the same terminal because we have 2 terminals at Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And one is for domestic, one is for international, like the people who do international. So you're at least going to be in the same terminal. When I went to Toronto, we had to go like the flight, and it was still the same airline, so I don't know why we had to, but like we landed as they were starting boarding for the flight that was going to take me to Toronto. And like it was one of those things where it was like if we had missed the shuttle to the next terminal, we may not have made it in time. Like it was me and like a whole bunch of people, and I'm like, who thought this was a good idea?
Who put this down on their list of things that they want to do?
Who did that?
Airports are not the place where you want to give yourself a panic attack. Trust me.
No. And I'm like, I can't imagine having to do that like somewhere like Salt Lake City Airport, which is like that airport looks at you, goes, "You sat all day? I'm gonna give you all. You're gonna get all of your daily steps. Just try and get to baggage claim."
People in Europe will know. Oh my goodness! People in Europe will know that Ryanair is exactly the same thing. They will rent the cheapest stands in the airport, and that will mean that you could go through security here, but your flight might not actually take off until you get to my bathroom, and my bathroom is fucking ages away from here. In relativity terms, my bathroom's ages away. Like, if you have to rush through Dublin Airport to get to the last Ryanair gate, which is 118, 117, 118. Godspeed.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, yeah, at least with Tampa, you are in the same terminal, and you're most likely going to be in the same letter group because all of our terminals are like A1, A2, A3.
Okay.
But yeah, it's good luck, I guess. Where did I go for? I don't even remember where I flew because it was a connecting flight. I flew somewhere, and then I flew to Philly when I was going up to Toronto to drive down to Philadelphia with Cal. I flew to Philadelphia and then drove to Toronto. I was like, well, at least if I miss my flight, I'm already where I need to go.
That's true. How long did you drive from Philly to Toronto?
It wasn't bad. We did the entire drive, the drive down, we did like in two parts because we wanted to stop and like see some sights on the way. And then the drive up.
For most of it?
Yeah, he drove for all of it because it was his car.
Fair play.
Listen, I'm not about to try and drive the car when it's someone else's car, number one, and someone else's dog is in the back.
That is also true. Also, I found out yesterday, not all of Cal's dogs are Cal's.
No, one of them's Emma's.
Yeah, and I don't know which one. Also, I can't tell which dog is which.
So I know it's very hard now that Briar and Cassie are so similar.
Exactly the same.
They're the same dog. If I see them together, I know who is who.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie,
so which one is Emma?
Cassie, so Briar is Cal's first service dog. Cassie is Cal's hunting dog.
Okay.
Like Cassie was bought specifically to do the hunting, but she also happens to like service work a lot better than Briar does. Like she'll do DPT. Like she loves it. She thinks it's fantastic because she literally wants to crawl into Cal's skin.
She just wants to help.
Yeah. Portobello, the one that looks like an eldritch being stuffed into a golden retriever's skin, is Emma's, which technically means he is also Cal's, but like Emma is the one that got him, and I believe Emma got him before they were together. So anyways, but no, it's if you look, Cassie's nose is not as dark. Like it's a little bit, it's pink instead of being the dark brown. So like you can see that. That's one of the things that helps. It used to be a lot easier to tell because Cassie's ears were like way out. Yeah. They are no longer way out. She's proportionalized. Hello, Wishes. Working on the second half of my trip to Berlin.
Nice.
Morning, Carrie. Sea of Stars. My epic TBR. I love that name. I'm sightseeing in Berlin.
It is a great name. It is a great name.
Nice. What would you be sightseeing in Berlin if you were sightseeing in Berlin?
when people come to visit me in Berlin, I always take them to a couple of like specific places. Brandenburger Tor always takes them to the big gate. And then you can walk a little bit down to Potsdamer Platz, which is a really big square in the middle of Berlin. What I like to do with some people is start at Alexanderplatz, which is where the big TV tower is.
Yeah.
Big, like, world clock, TV tower. All of that. Look around there for a little bit. And then you go for a walk along the banks of the Spree. And you get to see the Berliner Dom, which is the cathedral. You get to see the Humboldt University. You get to see Unter den Linden, which is a really pretty street lined with trees. Massive bookshop nearby. So you get to go in there and spend 7 hours and €9,000 on all the books. Keep going all the way down to Brandenburger Tor. I also really like to do the area around Warschauer Straße, which is in the former east of the city. It's got quite a lot of pieces of the wall that you can just walk along the East Side Gallery, including the, oh my God, what is it called? The Brotherhood Kiss. That really famous picture that everyone's going to know. It's also got that. I think it's Gorbachev and somebody else. Gorbachev and someone else.
Oh, that one.
That one. It's got that.
That was almost I thought very briefly about letting that be the picture that I used for the timer since it's Pride Month.
Yes, it is.
But I was like, no, if I don't get the TV tower in, Aoife will come and beat me. So.
I mean, I already killed you about not putting the bridge in. So
I got the bridge in the thumbnail.
You did get the bridge in the thumbnail. And I always take people to see that bridge as well because it's really pretty.
That is why I chose that picture for the thumbnail, because like, okay, I can't get because the angles that I choose, I'm trying to find angles that kind of look like you're flying in this time, if I can find them.
When you fly into Berlin airport, no matter what direction you fly in, you will always see the TV tower out your window. So you could be like just, and then he's there like, hi. It's me. Always see it.
So anyways, small little behind the scenes. I always try, like, I'm trying to do it that way. Like, what didn't work last year for every single timer, so I kind of gave up last year, but this year it's working better. But I sent a picture to Aoife. I was like, hey, you keep talking about this TV tower in Berlin. Is this the TV tower? I'm just curious while we were planning our little Berlin trip, which was my kind of my cover for asking questions about Berlin.
I'm an influencer.
And then she was like, yeah, and do you have the bridge? And I was like, I don't have the bridge in this picture, but there's a pretty church.
Actually, if you guys are looking at the timer, you've got the TV tower here, and you've got this kind of red building with what looks like a flagpole on top of it. When I eventually do get citizenship, and when I eventually do get called for my citizenship ceremony, that's where it's going to be taking place, because that is the Berlin Town Hall.
Oh, nice. Very nice. I love the red brick roofs.
It's beautiful.
The one thing I think that, like, besides, you know, good healthcare, I think Europe really has on us is that you guys have buildings that still have character versus.
You see, a lot of them were blown apart.
Yeah. Like the US, we have so much that's just like plain and sad and cookie cutter, and like not plain in a Frank Lloyd Wright, like we did interesting architecture to make up for it kind of way, but like just, hey, we're gonna do the least we can for the most money. So
exactly.
Stormy is gonna have a nap, so we'll still be here when we're done with your nap. Hey, Samaria, welcome. We've got some. It looks like we got some romance, some sci-fi. Hello, cool gamer, welcome. How are you today? Hello, 48% into Berlin leg, and also reading tomorrow ×3 for sightseeing prompt. Love it. We've got a stabby ghost. I miss you guys. I also miss. I miss everybody when I leave.
Will you miss us? I hope you'll miss us. I hope you'll miss us. We're really nice. We're lovely.
Like no one. I mean, granted, my entrance into Team Spooky was a little bit fraught.
What did
not
you do?
fraught, but like everyone was suspicious of me because they'd just been sabotaged, which I understood, so I didn't take it. But it was really funny to have. I don't trust you. That was hilarious. I haven't had a team that I disliked being on yet. Like everyone has been absolutely lovely to me. So. And if it takes me a minute to like warm up to you, just know it takes me a minute to warm up to everyone. I just seem very reserved. Like this is probably crazy to y'all because you know me. I seem very reserved upon first meeting me. Like I've literally had friends who like after they get to know me, like when I used to go to church, like my best friend was a children's pastor, but they also had a couple that they were close with. And the husband, one day we were sitting there at lunch after church and like I was talking and he was like, you are not as quiet as you seem at first. And I was like, no, it just takes me a minute to warm up to you.
You gotta let the shell crack a little bit before you see what's inside it.
Yep. It was also really funny to see like I got that feedback from my acting class friends. Oh, there we go, you're back.
I'm back.
Where like they were like, wow, like we were wondering why you were in theater and now we understand. So I still can't remember the name of the girl who should not have been, like she should have been production, but she wanted to be an actor and she just, everything was delivered like this and there was no emotion or anything going on. And we were, I was glad Dr. Pinkney finally sat her down and was like, hey, listen.
We need to have a talk about this.
It was in front of the entire class, but it was also like, part of it was we had to do our monologues and we got feedback. So it was in front of the entire class. But he was like, hey, and he was very nice about it. He was like, basically, like, I see that you really care about this and that you're really good at like, we need to work on having a little, and he kind of gave her some stuff. And she did improve a little bit, but girl, you ain't making it as an actor. I'm sorry. And that's what she was there for. She wanted acting. She wasn't there to like do general theater, which was like production stuff. Like she wasn't there to do the production stuff. She wanted to act. I was like, you're not. I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not gonna kill that dream for you. But
sometimes you should let your dreams be dreams.
Yeah, just you know what? Go for it, girl, and career somewhere else in the theater. Look at that. We've got fantasy, we got stabby ghost, romance, 36% into pucking around. Like, I saw y'all choose this book, and I was like, y'all chose violence. I thought about reading this, but I'm not sure I want to do a 750-page romance.
I haven't read it yet.
It makes sense point-wise. And if you're going to choose this book, the weekend's a good time to choose it. So, hello.
The weekend is a good time.
I mean, I don't have much room to talk because we'll get to that in just a minute. Just arrived to Berlin, listening to Walking Distance. What are you reading currently, Aoife?
What am I reading currently? I think I put it somewhere. I am reading The Woman Who Stole My Life by Marion Keyes. It looks like this. I am using stole as the word because I can steal. And
stealing is definitely a movement because you grab the thing and you want to move.
Hey, look, I stole Margaret's coffee. See?
It's definitely tea. But
I stole Margaret's tea. I'm 205 pages in. It is 560 pages long. It's going to get me the genre bonus. And I also have to edit a video that has to go out on Monday.
God bless. I have to edit. I have 2 videos I'm working on currently. One of which was supposed to go up yesterday, and I just was like, you know what? We're just going to redo the schedule because Fridays are vlog days anyways. So it's going to go up on Monday. I'm going to move the vlog, the video I was going to do Monday. That's going to go to next week because I wasn't ready to sit down and figure that out and plan it.
That's fine.
You know, got Team Stabby. We got some romance. Hello, Ellie. I need to start my prompt for Berlin. You need to start your prompt for Berlin.
You need to start your prompt for Berlin.
Do it. 73% into my Berlin book. Very nice.
I think you got this.
I think it's Jamie. One of my teammates on sci-fi started and finished like a 750-page book in one day. And I was like, damn, I want to be you when I grow up. Hello, Tina. I love wishing people happy birthday or any holiday at midnight. It is a competition.
I'm always just like, was I first?
I think there was one time that I was on sprints going into my birthday, and one of y'all wished me happy birthday before any of my friends, who are usually the ones that did.
Was it me who wished you at 6 hours ahead of time?
Sorry, what?
Was it me who wished you at 6 hours ahead of time?
Potentially, I don't know. I just know that like I was with someone. I was like, I had to be like, they were like, was I first? I was like, no, I was actually online with a friend at midnight. Also, question: how hard would it be to get to Hamburg?
To Hamburg? Not very. 2 hours.
Beautiful. That's where my family's pub is.
We can do a 2-hour trip to Hamburg.
We can.
Ooh. Then you get to see the wonder of Deutsche Bahn and how it is always on time. And it's never cancelled. And it's never delayed. Never, ever. I love how Bree said this to the German yesterday. I love how Bree said in the prompt video that the public transport system in Berlin is well known worldwide for its efficiency. And I started laughing immediately when I read this. But then we're planning to go out for dinner with a friend of ours on Sunday. And the German asked me yesterday, hey, do we need to take the Ringbahn to get to the restaurant we're going to? And I was like, I don't think so. Why? Ringbahn's not traveling this weekend.
Uh-oh.
So I was like, oh, great. You know that efficient Berlin public transport system?
I mean, I guess it makes sense to occasionally have to close that thing down.
There's a lot of U-Bahn systems and a lot of S-Bahn systems that are going to close down across the summer for repairs or for updates or things like that. It's just that it's all happening in the same summer that the Euros is happening, which is going to make everything chaotic.
Gorgeous. I mean, at least y'all aren't hosting the Olympics this year, so.
No. Good luck, Paris.
Good luck. I forgot that was happening this year until somebody else mentioned it. I had a connecting flight, a connection to Toronto to Ottawa, and I was lucky it was delayed. Dublin Airport, you feel like you have to climb.
Oh my God, you do have to climb a hill. Dublin Airport's an absolutely insane airport. Dublin is terrible with transport. It is. It's so awful.
That sounds like everyone hates Dulles. Partly because Dulles is always under, that's the DC airport, Washington, DC. For those that don't know, American airports. Like it was, the last time I was there, it was under construction. So, I love the East Side.
Beautiful.
Hello, Rose.
Side Gallery.
Look at you here at the beginning, man.
Get that point.
I Spy Museum. It's fun.
It has a lot of really interesting museums. Actually, it's got a computer games museum that my brother and I went to when he was last year. Yeah. He loved it. It's got the Stasi Museum, which is the museum of the police. No, like the spies of the DDR. So when Berlin was split into two, these were the guys who were like spying on the eastern side. I haven't been to it. I have also gone to the DDR Museum. It's so interesting. It has an entire apartment set up as if it were an apartment back in DDR Berlin.
I love it.
I friggin' loved it. My dad had such a good time. He said it was the best museum he's ever been to.
Good morning. I agree. That's a lie. They are always late.
Always late. One of my friends and I, we timed each other to get to the office because I live so far away from the office. She's much closer. I got there earlier because her U-Bahn was delayed by 17 minutes.
Why? Why would they do that?
They usually run in like a 5 Minuten takt, so every 5 minutes. And then she was just like, the U2 has just simply decided we're not doing that today.
that was my okay. So hold on, that was my thing when it like came to driving to work because like there would be days that like something would happen, and I fundamentally disagreed with my bosses kind of thing. Like, I want you here 15 minutes early. I was like, you're not paying me for those 15 minutes. I will get here when I
paying me for 15 minutes. I'm not coming for 15 minutes.
Like my thing is if rather than saying that, bosses should say, I want you at your desk at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
If you need to get here early to like do coffee, do this kind of da-da-da-da-da, okay, fine. Okay.
I'll be fine with that.
But you are not paying me. I'm not leaving 15 minutes earlier from my home, especially when it can be a 5 to 15 minute journey, depending.
Yeah.
So like there were a few times where like I would squeak in right before. And it was simply because I'm like, I'm not going to leave for the outlier time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Not.
I did.
If you want me there 15 minutes early, pay me 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, technically it's illegal to ask people out here. I did leave early, my last like 2 months because we had a new girl that started working.
And you needed to train her and stuff?
She could not get the concept that certain people like to park in certain places. Okay?
Yes.
I don't know if you I like it was one of those things it was one of those things that I was like, this is ridiculous that I am doing this. But like, it was so upsetting to me that she could not understand this concept.
We have such a similar situation in my office. We hot desk. We have little areas for each team. And I've walked into our little area and there's been other people from different teams sitting there. And I'm like, oh my God, when did you join our team? I'm so excited. And one of them just looked up at me. He was like, shut the hell up and find somewhere else. I'm like, okay.
Now, real quick, while we're getting to the last of the comments, guys, I want to know, do we want to do 45 minutes or an hour? Let me know in the comments. I know I usually ask that like right at the end, and then it takes us a few minutes.
I didn't ask. I just went, you're going to read for as long as I say you will.
And it was just one of those things that I was like, this is like everyone else at my, like, it's one of the closer spots that's in the shade. But like, there are so many spots when she's getting there, and she got there would get there a little bit earlier than I did. And I'd already lost my spot to another, my first spot to another coworker. But I was like, bro, you're getting here at 8 a.m. You can have it, man.
Yeah.
You can have it. I'm not getting here that early. But everyone else that I worked with there, like, you park there a couple of times and people go, oh, someone likes to park there. I did the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? I did the same thing. And I was like, okay, somebody else likes to park there, whatever. I'll park somewhere else. She did not get that, like, at all. I hated her. I hated her for that one thing. I was like, that is so inconsiderate.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And so obtuse, and that tells me a lot about you as a person. She also
it's what the parking spot represents.
She also was hired to be our patient care coordinator and was supposed to take some of the stuff that I had taken over when our last patient care coordinator quit.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was like, hey, when is she taking this over? Like, oh, no, it's going to stay with you now because you're the admissions coordinator. And I was like, I haven't handled any of this stuff in like a year. Like in like two or 3 years. Like this has always been something that the clinical team has handled because it's easier. They're already doing that for everyone else. It is easier for them to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the many reasons I quit. But we could be, it's very sad because it was one of the best places I worked when I started work. And then just some of the internal stuff and like the fact that it did, especially in the last year.
Yeah, like I feel that.
Like we were obsessed with growth, and I don't think a healthcare facility should be obsessed with growth.
No, you should be obsessed with helping people.
Like you should be obsessed with, and you should be like you want to stay in the black, obviously, because we live in the United States. But like to be sitting there going, well, you need to be bringing in a certain number of patients every week. That's great. Get me more insurances then, because I turn half of the people away because we don't take their insurance.
Exactly.
Because we only have 1, maybe 2 people that take their insurance, and we can't do anything about that right now. Yeah. So, and nobody wants to pay that. Like, we were on the more reasonable end when I started, but nobody's going to pay $100 for a therapy session when they don't have that. Like, they can't do that. So
that's true.
Like, and I got that. Like, you got to keep the lights on. You got to pay people, all of that good stuff. But it still was just one of those things. It's like, I can't schedule people who can't afford it. I can't do that. So, The Stacy prison was impressive. There was a previous person who gave us a guided tour.
That's interesting.
How long did the building the New Berlin Airport take? So much for German efficiency.
So they planned it in 2008 to open, like they started it in 2008 to open in 2012. Would you like to know what date they opened?
I believe they opened in 2022, right?
The 31st of October, 2020.
Okay, I was off by 2 years. I knew it was a
12 years after they initially planned it, and about 10 years after they initially planned to open it.
Oh my God.
And right slap bang in the middle of a global pandemic.
That is some U.S. construction math.
That is some absolutely god-awful planning from what is supposed to be one of the best planned out countries in this damn world.
Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of hours.
Let's go for an hour.
We hot desk at my work, but I have autism, so I got a special notice so that's to say no one can sit in my desk.
I love that. I love that for you.
And it's like one of those things I was like, this is something that I know should not bother me as much as it does.
It is bothersome, though.
The principle of the thing. Okay.
It is bothersome, though.
Yeah, the only person I give up my seat for is my cat. People can't. I just park where I want to park, especially if they are not assigned. I understand that. No, I did not talk to her. It was not something I was two months out from quitting, and I knew I was quitting. I understand that, but when everyone else in an office can pick up on the fact like that someone likes to park there, or like can adjust to this, I don't think it's unreasonable to be like, it's kind of annoying that this person wasn't able to do that too, because it is. Like, and I understand that some people just don't get it, but she did not have any of those diagnoses. I think she just got there, like she got there earlier than I was, and she parked where she wanted to park, which was fine. I didn't care. So I started going in, like, I think about 10 minutes early, because she only got there 10 minutes before I did. Okay. I did that for 2 months. I actually, like, I would take a nap before work. Okay. But it was one of those things that's like, still, yeah, no, it is $100 for therapy was ridiculously reasonable based on what I know.
How do we pronounce that place?
Bethesda.
Thank you.
It was, I think we were up to like 125 by the time I left, and that's like still in the more reasonable area, but that's also
pretty reasonable, but
it's also out of budget for like even people who had good insurance, like it was out of their budget. And we continually would talk about having maybe a sliding scale or something like that, but she just didn't put any effort into like we just never got one. Like she's like, I haven't found any, and I was like, you know what, I personally would have just opened a few spots that were sliding scale. Like just had a certain number of like okay, here's what we can where we are can afford to do that. Yeah. Every time I've quit therapy, it's been because I couldn't afford it anymore. So like it just like I totally like I couldn't when anytime someone was like, I just can't afford that, and like I'm talking with parents who are trying to get their kids back, who are breaking down crying with me because they can't afford therapy. Yeah. So like it's just. People don't get paid enough to afford the healthcare we have here, even when the prices are reasonable. Like it's not that $100 is ridiculous for a therapy session. It's that what people are making is ridiculously low. So yeah, it was very frustrating. And like, I always loved it when someone had Medicaid, because if they had Medicaid, we could take them, because Medicaid is structured differently than private healthcare. So like with Medicaid, if we had one person that met the criteria for like all of their criteria and could be supervising everyone, then anyone they were supervising was able to take that insurance because of the way their contract is. It was not. I don't think it's fair for the same person to always get the spots near the entrance, especially since it's hard to get a disability pass. It was not an accessibility issue. Again, I worked with this woman, I knew her, so it wasn't that. And also, if it had been an accessibility issue, there were spots still in the shade that were closer to the door. So it wasn't that she wanted to be as close as she could be to the door. Yeah. my last psychiatrist went completely solo, only self-pay, and I had to switch because I was not going to be able to afford $150 for a 5-minute on the phone. We were $250 for our psychiatrists. Yep. They can offer you a sliding scale or see you pro bono for a period of time until you can afford it. Yeah, and that was not how our office worked, unfortunately. So sorry. Yeah. I mean, it really is an issue with how we could get into some of the stuff, and also like health insurance needs to make it like it makes it ridiculously hard for you to do, like, because they will not take you if you are not, like, you can have all the credentials for a therapist, but if you are not licensed on like a license level, which means you have to have your bachelor's and your master's and do a whole bunch of other stuff, you could be a perfectly good therapist, but they will not. It's so frustrating. Yeah, many of us go the self-pay route because we might ask $150, but insurance will only pay us $60. I mean, it's we just need better support for healthcare here, because I know that insurance companies are terrible. I know they were super excited to get Medicare, which I heard Medicare pays doctors terribly, so I'm not sure why we were excited about Medicare. But apparently it was higher than some of the other stuff we got paid. But like, it's just, healthcare should never be inaccessible to people.
No, it should always be.
We created a for-profit method for healthcare, and that's not the doctor's fault. That's not the healthcare provider's fault. It is entirely the fault of the system we set up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have finally yeah. So speaking out so I can space out fees. Yeah, and the $60, I'll say it has to pay rent, office supplies. You may not be making much when you're a clinician. Yeah. I also know that it's like ridiculous. Like I remember somebody talking about how they got, which Blue Cross is notoriously just a pain in the ass for doctors, but they got set up with Blue Cross. But they only got set up with Blue Cross PPOs, which is like you got PPOs and you got HMOs. Somebody came in. The more affordable option is the HMO. Came in with an HMO. And they're like, oh, well, you've got to do this, this, and this if you want to. Like, you have to tell us if you want to be in our HMO program. And so, like, she jumped through those hoops, and then there were more hoops, and I was like, this is why.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier when you're part of a facility than when you're a solo therapist. So, anyways, okay, that's way too much talking about something that's not even related to the readathon. Sorry, I did 3 years at a counselor and / psychiatrist office, so I have a lot of thoughts on this.
We had a good time learning about things, everybody.
Yeah. Okay, I think we had, getting paneled with American health insurance is balls. It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
I am meant to get therapy covered by my disability plan, but I was caught up in a whole thing with disability fraud of stealing that money. I can't afford out of pocket. Oh my God, that's so dumb.
That's horrific. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, we said an hour, right? We did.
We did say an hour.
Ooh, there we go. Okay, let's set this up. And again, the entire problem is American health insurance companies.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, is they have made health insurance into something, they and the people like in charge of things like the big pharma, all of that jazz. Want as much money as possible.
Pretty much.
Instead of trying to focus on the
monetize people's health.
Yes. And it shouldn't, like, it's one of those things, like, that's a basic human necessity, so it shouldn't be, but that, doesn't make sense in capitalism. Yeah. Anyways, okay, let us go ahead. We are going to go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Now boarding flight AMZ 655 to Berlin.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for flying Amazing Airlines. How did we do it? I've read something like 20, I think 25 pages. If it wants to, 27 pages for me. So, Aoife, how'd you do?
I read something. I don't know what it was, but I read it. I in the last 5 or so minutes of my edit for my video for Monday. So I might turn my mic off and continue it. And then we'll come back for another talky bit. But that's what I have been doing for the last hour. Was it an hour?
Yes, it was an hour.
That's what I've been doing for the last however long we've been here. And then when I'm finished that, while it's rendering, I'm just going to go into this again.
Lovely. We love to hear it. How did everyone else do? We have a Coda. Hey, Coda. He says, I've always been fired up about American health insurance because my husband has a disability. This year I've been helping with the uni course and it's all so much. It really is. Like when you start thinking about like how people, because I work with Medicare. And so I hear about like some of the decisions that are being made and like the number of years it took the Medicare company, like Medicare in general, but the companies to realize that if you keep people healthy, you still save money even if they live longer because like, that wasn't always the theory. Hello. Just roll out of bed. Understandable. Hey, Amal. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Listening to Crossroads because I can't reach more than 30% because of others. I understand that. Morning, Alex. We've got some hellos. Hey, Nisha. Finishing my manga before I continue with my book for Berlin. Got it. Hey, Liz. Hey, Christina. Trying to decide what to read today. Obviously, if you need help deciding, come find us. We know. All right. Made it to Berlin and started last night at the Telegraph Club. Very nice. Where have you been, bruh? What are you doing?
Yeah, she's obviously going to Berlin because I live here, and that is the main reason to go anywhere and do anything.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's called the Amazing Readathon. I think I've talked with you about it. I may not have, though. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it during D&D. I am 90% sure I did.
I'm pretty sure that you did because you told me you did.
That I mentioned it during D&D?
No, you just told me that you mentioned it.
Oh, okay.
There was a discussion about a hotel.
No, I mentioned the fact that I was going to Berlin. I did not mention Amazing Readathon potentially.
So. Oh. See, when everyone is going to Berlin for two different things, you get so confused.
So this is my brother for everyone who is new. So if he is an asshole in the chat, feel free to dogpile him.
Please cyberbully my brother.
Listen, the only person you will ever see me be this mean to out loud online or be mean to is this person. Is him. Because I'm contractually obligated. Back from IHOP and ready to read more of the Battle Drum to get to Berlin. Hello, Heidi. Final descent into Berlin, 94%. Francesca's here, 50%. Hello, welcome. Ellie read 55 pages and sorted washing. I don't think I have enough for washing yet, but I would like to. Because I think most of my sleep shorts are in there now. Okay, 46 pages of Slaves of New York by Tama Janowitz. This is my second sightseeing book for Berlin. Didn't read, so I watched Heather's vlog this sprint. Very nice.
I definitely need to go and watch Heather's vlog.
Yeah.
I know that the host vlogs are going to start to trickle in. I said this in my own sprint this morning. The host vlogs are going to start to trickle in at the moment, everybody. So go and make sure that you're watching them because most, if not all, of the hosts and the producers will have a little bit of an insight.
Mm-hmm. Mine will have insight if I can stay on top of them.
Fair.
We know how that went last year.
It's fair. It happened.
5 pages of dangerous collaboration. Got a chapter and She Drives Me Crazy to get to Berlin, so she'll finish the next sprint and then have some graphic novels. Yes.
Nice.
Being sick is much more expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah, you are. 42 pages of my Buenos Aires book. Very nice. Mm-hmm. Read 10% of Slaying the Shadow Prince, up to 74% to Buenos Aires.
Nice.
Really loving the book. Don't think it's going to be a 5-star, but enjoying it. I'm planning on reading it soon.
Not every book has to be a 5-star.
No, not everything. You know what? I'm not even mad if it's like a 3-star. I just don't want to hate it. I want to have a relatively decent time reading the book. Watching host vlogs and also setting up to read Reappearance of Rachel Price. Very nice.
Very nice.
To read some of the graphic novel I've been using as a palette cleanse, almost 2/3 of the way through my Berlin book. Very nice. Welcome back, Stormy. Thank you for hopping in. Just finished Berlin. Just woke up. But gonna be reading God Killer. Yeah, I'm not going right this moment, unfortunately. Yes, I do. I do play D&D. I get to DM for this crazy person. I swear to God, I we've had this conversation, but I swear to God, he always manages to pick when I'm sitting there laying out like the scene and the options. This man always manages to pick the one thing I didn't prepare. I had to pull encounters out of my ass so many times because of him. It's very funny. He didn't even notice, apparently, that I was like, shit, now what do we do? We're going up a mountain. I wasn't planning. Like, I just added these 2 trails for flavor.
Fair.
Never add anything for flavor with your D&D group, because otherwise they spend like 30 minutes trying to get into a bottle, or trying to steal a potion bottle that had no significance to the story.
Yeah, but they think it has significance. So
yeah. Okay. Choices are: I'm gonna vote for My Heart is a Chainsaw because I love that book.
I'm also gonna vote for My Heart is a Chainsaw because I've heard of it. And that's the reason.
Child Benjamin. Yeah, he I don't know if I can recommend that name. Just
there was a guy that
he's a good name, supposedly.
There was a guy that did his master's in the same year as me. There were 3 different flavors of journalism you could do. And I think he was in the broadcast masters. And we all kept, like, his name was Ben. We all kept calling him Benjamin. And he was like, my name's actually Benedict. On the last day. The final day.
He gotcha. Oh.
Bamboozled.
Anyways, I have opinions about the name, but I hear it's a good one if you don't already have a bias, about it.
Fair.
I am kidding. My brother's probably giving me shit in the comments. I've been interrupted so many times this morning, so I'm only 10% into my Berlin book.
Oh my God, that's fucking rude.
Hello. Just sort of in Sleep in a Sea of Stars. I really like it so far.
Nice.
You don't even watch my videos, bro. Anyways, he says this. He gives me shit right back, obviously.
Yeah.
So, spent the whole time on my phone with my car insurance. I am so sorry.
No.
That's the worst. 58%, and now playing Stardew Valley. I was thinking about like pulling my Baldur's Gate back out, and like because I have 2 games that are still early on in the game. But that's not the one that's become my main game. And I was like, maybe I'll just like chill doing that while I listen to this book. Started a couple books for Sightseeing, probably focusing on Quicksilver by Neil Stevenson for the next sprint.
Nice.
Way. Come back here. My character is Milo. He's a barbarian fighter. Fights first things like. Yep.
I also asked for Think later.
Yeah, I am playing. So I think I've mentioned this before. I DM on Tuesdays. I play on Thursdays with like one of my players is also DMing a game. And my poor brother is in both of them and has to deal with me twice a week. Sounds like D&D screwing over the DM. It is very funny because my mother asks me every time, like, who won? I'm like, it is a collaborative storytelling thing. So nobody won. I maybe tore my hair out. Nobody won. Anyways, but like I'm playing, going back to this, I'm currently playing a fighter warlock, which is, yeah, it's a very, very interesting, like the whole conceit behind her character is that she did not have magic, almost died, and was brought back by some entity she does not yet know what it was. And so now she has all these magical powers because she made a pact with something without knowing it. At some point, I'm going to do a reading vlog based on her or based on Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not sure. I'm not
fun.
sure.
That'll be fun.
7 pages. So I finished Evil Star this morning because I was already reading it before the prompt dropped last night. So I'm finishing that. Okay. That's good. Ben is good. Benjamin is mad. I'm pretty sure we are not allowed to call him that.
What about Benny? Does he have strong opinions on Benny?
Not anything. I don't think we ever. He is a Ben Jr., so we primarily just used his initials. I won't say them out loud because it embarrasses him. I do give you shit that you're 1 billion followers. I do not have 1 billion followers.
Wow, wouldn't that be the day?
Is. Am I back? There we
You're
go.
Back.
My dad used to ask me who won after every session. At the end, I started telling him that I was the winner every time. Yeah, it's just one of those, like, I am here to tell a story. Sometimes that means I'm helping the players. Sometimes that means I'm giving them something to pummel. Ooh, I'm playing a Death Paladin, Fallen Asimir. I love her. Yeah, that is true. That is true. My sister goes by Benny. Her full name is Benedetta. Theme of this strip, books and pen. Pinji is a dog's name. I understand. Hello, Team Sci-Fi. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think we're going to do another hour because a girl would like to make breakfast.
That's fine. So, this girl might hop off at some stage of them because I have been online since 11 this morning, which is now 6 hours ago.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to plug before you hop off?
Yeah. If you come to my channel in 1 hour and 1 hour and 4 minutes time, you're going to see my very first Amazing Readathon vlog for the week or for the month. And you get to see my true and at the moment reaction when I found out that Berlin was a prompt. And you get to find out a little hint that Bree told me to tell you all.
Yep. I have to reach out and see about. I have to start editing first, but yeah.
Okay.
Very nice. Okay. I need to know, should I move this one up on my TBR for the month? Death Preferred Blonde. It's a book about a girl who avoids paparazzi during the day and robs banks with drag queens at night. I would.
It sounds interesting.
I would. So, Benji is making dinner. Very nice. Yeah. An hour will give me enough time to make breakfast and also potentially eat it. So, let's
go ahead.
Yep, let's go ahead. There we go. And we will go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Bye, everybody.
Now boarding flight AMZ.
Hello. Welcome back. Let me see. Hold on. I got to enter this in, and then I got to give the phone a minute to think, and, all of that stuff. Give me let's see. Where were we? There we were. Okay. Did everyone do that sprint? Let me know. I got 43 pages read, and we've just gotten to the part where we've just gotten almost the end of the first season, I think, because this actually, they divide this into like 2 seasons. Or the first season is like a good majority of this. And then the last bit of Leviathan Wakes and then Caliban's War make up the second season. And I'm like, what if I just watched the show? What if I just watched the show again? Anyways, but we've just gotten to the part where like the 2 plot lines converge, and everybody meets and all of that stuff. And it's so good. I love this book so much. I love this. Anyways, I'm having a great old time. I'm having just a grand time. And I'm very glad that I chose to reread this. I need to check in with Brittany and see where she is too. See how that's going for her. Unless she's in the chat and wants to holler at me. Let's see. Hello, Tuesday. Welcome. I'll be listening to an audiobook while doing some cleaning / baking. Hope everyone is having a good weekend so far. Very nice. Yes. Switch to Untamed, which is a memoir. I know whose memoir that is. Because that's Glennon Doyle's memoir, right? I was like, I know it starts with G. Finished my Berlin book. Starting Berlin. Better Must Come. Hello, Natalie. I hope you're. Yeah, I'm trying to have a good weekend to travel. It's taken a while to get there. We might have had a delay or 2. Anyways, landed in Berlin. It's way too early in the day for me not to be able to talk. Landed in Berlin. Now off to do some sightseeing. First for the readathon. Very nice. Get that sightseeing in. Have a good time. E-reading Everlist by Sarah Holland. Oh, yes. Some stuff happened in the Discord. You may want to go down there. And just a reminder, if you are participating in the St. Martin's Press Boycott, just a reminder to double check who the publisher is on your books. If you have not, hold on. I do believe I have this linked down below. If you have not heard of the St. Martin's Press Boycott, I believe I have the information linked in my description. Yes, it is down in the description if you have not heard of that. Just showing solidarity with reviewers of color who have been having troubles with specifically Wednesday books. But they're asking us to boycott or to do a social media boycott of the entire thing. I guess I'll be working on that the rest of the sprint. Get it. Go for it. The update completely distracted me from reading, and I haven't even done it yet. Listen, I will get to it when I get to it. By which I mean I'll get to it by the end of the day. I should probably take pictures, though. The question is, what is the most beautiful book I own? Because I have a few pretty books. Do I have any pretty books? Like, do you ever sit there and you question, like, are any of these books actually pretty? Oh, that's right. I have the Illumicrate Cruel Prince editions. I think that's what we'll do. Hello, Aussie gal. Good night. Yes, head to bed. Completed chapter 3. Discord is popping this morning. Okay. I'll be on shortly. And I did a Loki thing. What a shock, Brianna. I'm shocked. This is brand new information. What am I doing? I had a thought and now it's... Anyways, my brain is mush, but it would have been mush anyways, like regardless. Had lunch and got up to 50% in that sprint. Very nice. Let me ask you this. Okay. So y'all know that I discovered a brand new favorite, like in leg 1, right off the bat. So I would love to know, how has y'all's like this is going very well for me. So I'd like to know how's y'all's reading going. Like, I know I've seen a couple of people that are like, oh my God, I love these books. And a couple of people are like, oh my God, everything keeps being very mediocre. So how was y'all's reading like going emotionally, I guess? I'm very curious about that. Finn. I do have to edit videos. You are right. I am in the middle of a psych rewatch though. Like I can't listen to audiobooks while I edit videos. Otherwise, like I can tune out a TV show or a YouTube video and everything's fine. It doesn't matter, especially if it's a rewatch. But I cannot tune out an audiobook. We've tried that. Ooh, finished my book, dipping back into the Angel of Indian Lake for a little bit. I'm hoping I will be able to get to this the next time I'm on Team Spooky. I didn't want to use it for sightseeing this time around because it's a pretty chunky book and I have an audiobook for it. So I wanted to, like, if I can use it for a leg prompt, like a travel leg, I want to use it for a travel leg. Anyways, finished Vinland Saga 10 and read about 2.5 chapters in Silver Under Nightfall. There we go. Thank you. It's working now. Got to 66% in the battle drum. Posted my detour to social media. Yeah. We are having clouds come in, so I don't know if pictures are going to happen. Very interesting development over there. Will it rain, though? The question is, will it rain? Will it actually, like, from the sky? Because sometimes it just gets cloudy because it feels like it. Got to 25% into 42 minutes, and I am really loving it. Ooh, good. Joined during the last sprint and finished my second sightseeing book. Started out on my third. I'm so proud of y'all. So proud of y'all. Doing all of this reading, having a good time. All Systems Read, which is a reread. I just reread this in January because I forced my brother to listen to it. And I feel like I will have to do another reread at some point because I'm going to have to force my brother to listen to the rest of them because he's clearly not doing it on his own. Totally forgot my brother had tuned in, so I don't know. Maybe you're still watching, bruh. Read another 10%, only about 16% left until I land in Buenos Aires. Good for you. I didn't read much because I had to do a detour. I understand that. I kind of forgot that the detour was dropping today. Might have forgotten that fact. This is why I tell you guys I do not actually genuinely know anything because I have to actually like physically put my eyes on the information I've been given to know it exists. Be like, Margaret, do you know? Nope. Unless I put it in a timer, I do not know it exists. Oh, technically I did. Did I put that? I don't know if I put that in the timer. Angel says, just joined. I'm 32 pages into Howl's Moving Castle. How are you feeling about this? This is one of my favorite books ever, 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 ever in the history of the universe, ever. Maybe in the history of the universe is a little bit much. That might be a little extreme, but it is. No, that is correct. That is correct. Now that I think about it, I just like it. I'm a big fan of, like, I grew up reading middle grades like Howl's Moving Castle, which are very whimsical. They have the fun chapter titles. They have kind of like that tongue-in-cheek humor. And so I absolutely loved it. I need to read more Diana Wynne Jones. Read 38 pages of A Woman of 30 by Balzac for Berlin Sightseeing, Go Team Fiction. Very nice. Getting some classics in there too. I may be pronouncing Balzac incorrectly, and if I am, please don't tell me. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but not right now. I do not care right now. I'll correct my pronunciation later. 54 pages of my sightseeing book, hoping to finish it in the next sprint. You've got this. Going to go get an energy drink during this. You've got this. Switched for the zillionth time. Oops, Sebastian York and Andy aren't. My brain knows how to pronounce that. My mouth will not work it. Are stealing my heart again. Just done making dinner couscous salad with chicken and cucumber, peppers, and onions. Very nice. I'm thinking tonight will involve couscous. I didn't want to do it last night because I was on sprints, but I'm thinking tonight will involve couscous for dinner as well. 23 pages. For You by Layla Hagen. Coffee and Chatted. For the detour, I use a cloth-bound edition of Grimm's Fairy Tales. Very nice. Excuse me. 42% into a perfect vintage. Repulling a Loki. I know, who'd have thunk? 4.5 has been my best, but mostly everything has been perfectly mid. I hate it when that happens. That was me last year, I feel like. Did I read any books last year that I actually liked besides Little Thieves, which was a reread? Does anybody remember? Because I sure as heck don't. Let's see. Hold on. I can find this out. Maybe. I might be able to find this out, actually. I was gonna look up my YouTube and see if I could tell from but we're just gonna scroll down to where all the Toilet Bound Hanako-kun was. There we go. I feel like oh, that's right. I read Fireborn and I did like that one. Okay, I'm wrong. I read several things that I liked. I'm just dumb. I'm telling you, Memory of a Goldfish. Oh, that's right. I started this out with Arushat, expecting that I was going to love that one. And I just was like, I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, I only had 4 and 5 stars so far this month. Beautiful. Having a blast. Overall, it's good. There was a 2-star. I had a 2-star as well, but that has gone off. Mostly mediocre. 2 4 stars isn't bad. 2 4 stars is more 4 stars than I get in most months, I think. I feel like I've been liking everything. I haven't had anything I hated. I've liked everything fine, but haven't had any new favorites. Oh, that's frustrating. I hope you find a new favorite soon. And it should probably be role-playing if you haven't read that already. I've been neutral, but I've been slumpy for months, so I'm doing great with 2.5 books read so far. You're doing amazing with 2.5 books read so far. 42 pages. I'm at a part of the book where the glossary is needed. You are welcome for pointing that out. Yeah. Oh, hold on. That's a text. Let me see. Let me see if that's important. Okay, it's not important. I will. Is that anything that I need to act on currently right now? Haven't had any misses so far and found a new favorite. How high? That's such a good book. Such a good book. I put that book down and immediately opened it, thought about opening it back up. And if I hadn't had other books to read and stuff or been in the middle of a project, there was something going on. But I was like, I almost want to reread that. Intrigued so far. I love the chapter titles. Yay! Oh, look, he's back. Finally getting my photos processed and out of my camera. I need to do that. I need to do it. A month is a long time to remember. I don't know what that is. Thank you. That makes me feel good. Niji says, this month has been amazing for me. 2 5 stars so far. That's amazing. Again, also more 5 stars than I get in a month. All 4 or 5 stars. It's cool. My text isn't important. It's not necessary. I have to scroll past through so many messages. This is true. This is true. Has anyone else been following the fish on Twitter? We got sad news today. I haven't been following it very closely, but I find it very funny that this man finds a random fish in his yard, and people are getting mad at him because the tank for the fish is too small. When it was what he had immediately had access to. Bro, shut up. Anyways, apparently a goldfish landed in someone's yard, and now he is a fish person. Let's see. Sarah Holland is a new favorite author. Must finish the series. Very nice. Hold on. Let me see. Is this in fact important? Let's see. If it's not anything that I need to stop immediately. Okay. No. Yeah, that wasn't even directed at me. No. Hello. Okay. I got 2 chapters of How High We Go in the Dark and realized it wasn't the book for me. I'm sure it's a very good book. Yeah, it's not going to work for it's not going to work for everyone because it's like a bunch of interconnected short stories almost. So I totally understand. It also was a pandemic book. And it also involves a lot of sickness and death. There is a kid that dies in it. I think that's the 2nd or 3rd story that we see, because there's a kid that gets affected. Kids are affected more by the disease than adults are, if I remember correctly. So it's not going to be a book for everyone, but it is it's so well written. It's just such it's an emotional book. It's got a lot going in it, and I really appreciated it and really liked what happened. However, again, it's not going to work for everyone, especially if you need like a continuous narrative. I know a lot of people just short stories don't jive with them. So all right, what do we say to, I think I'm feeling a 45 this time around, which means I need to find the exact halfway point. Okay, 45 this time, and then yeah, I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. We're getting to like some of my favorite parts of the book. I cannot wait. I'm 74% into tomorrow times 3, and it's the tragic turn. Oh no! All right, let's put this up here, and we are going to wait. Where? In 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Now boarding flight AMZ 655 to Berlin.
I picked my book up and something in my shoulder like popped that I don't think is supposed to make that noise. So hold on, let me. Oh, fuck, I didn't go continue reading on this thing. It's fine. We'll adjust the time later. Stop. How did everyone else do while I am over here doing some math? 275 is where I am. I'm on chapter 27, and this is where things start getting interesting. Like all of the pieces start coming together. When did you just figure that out, bro? Anyways, where was it? There we go. And I have a bookmark somewhere. Okay. I'm halfway. Look at that. Halfway through. I made it to the halfway point, finally. And I might have upped my speed just a teeny tiny bit, just because I want to get this done in time to have some sightseeing time left as well. So, like, that's the goal. Like 2 days to read the book, 1 day to sightsee, or 2 days to travel. That's what I'm trying to hit. We'll see. Okay, where that was. Hello. Okay, Sarai just arrived at Berlin, ready for some sightseeing. Ha! Distracting my cat by going to the neighbor's garage and my bro returning her. Oh gosh, just read 10% of Everless. Using the rest of the time to listen to my audiobook. I am at 310 out of 431 of Battle Drum. Very good. Very good. I don't know what the whoosh is, bro. Yes, I am rereading The Expanse. That's what I am doing. What happened to your photos that they have to... What happened to your photos that they have to be recovered? Like, did you do something to your camera? 8 120 pages. Very nice. I'm here for you, rest of the books. Made it to page 108 of Howl's Moving Castle. I'm loving the dynamics between the characters. Sipping my tea nearly an hour into my audiobook. Niji didn't read anything, just watched YouTube and prepped dinner. I understand that one. Yeah, I know. The more you get, that's the worst plane noise I've ever seen, sir. Anyways, the older you get, the more popping happens. I'm like Rice Krispies. Yeah. 30% of All Systems Red and watched some YouTube. You will be at the end of All Systems Red probably by the end. Like poor exposure that needed to have the raws decently tweaked to make them all right. Okay, I understand. What are you doing photos from? Is this from DC or from something else? Oh, is this from the eclipse? I can't remember if you took any. You didn't. I think you had a video going during the eclipse. Okay, why is this not working? I do not shoot in RAW, sir, because I primarily do not take pictures. I primarily am doing video, and it is all automatic for the most part. I haven't sat down and figured any of that stuff out. So, edited my Amazing Readathon vlog, 70% for Francesca, 20% into my Berlin book. I need to pick up the pace. Also, very rude to sabotage. No, I'm sorry. Into the Drowning Deep. Took a nap on that sprint, otherwise finishing Into the Drowning Deep. Stormy is 2 hours into the audiobook. Their audiobook, I am really enjoying it. It's actually about the guardsmen who usually stand outside in London. You know, the ones who can't talk, and honestly, he accidentally bumps into him. That sounds like the beginning of a rom-com. I did take a bunch of pictures at the but it was the little hiking trip that I went on with Kara the last time I was up there. Yeah, I understand that. I said the sprint trying Audible and discovering it's not for me because it's too expensive for one book a month. Yeah, it's like $15, I think, a month. So, I primarily use Hoopla and Libby, so my Audible credits tend to get racked up. And then I'll be like, oh, I should probably spend these before they expire. I was shooting with a rented R6 to see about upgrading. That little T7 I got for the Eclipse is just not what I needed. How often do you go out to the Eclipse, though, bro? How often? Hello, all. Hope everyone's having a great weekend so far. I'm sitting out in the backyard enjoying the occasional breeze and reading. Here we go again. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, let's hop in. I think we'll do another 45. That sounds about right. Okay. Ooh, we got more coming in. Okay, keep them coming. Keep them coming. I finished the reunion for Sightseeing. I'm 34% through my second Sightseeing book. Very good. Look at you go. Ellie is back. Disappeared to make dinner. Severina says 84% into my book now, but it's time to make dinner before my weekly Zoom with my family. Very nice. Very nice. Have fun with that. Hopefully more than just the Nun we'll see over the next 10 years. I mean, you could travel to see some of them if you wanted. Yes, with Audible, you can return that book and get the credit back just a little hack through that. Yeah, I try not to do that, but I have had a couple where I've been like, this, no. This was a no. So it's just a few. I think I had one of the HP books on my Audible for reasons I don't understand because my library has all of them, and I definitely returned to that one. She's fine. My money coming out of her royalty check will not hurt her at all. So, anyways, all right, let's go ahead, pop this timer back up here, and we shall go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Now boarding flight AMZ 655 to Berlin.
Don't mind me, just figuring out which button to hit.
We haven't been doing this for years. It's fine.
No, I don't know why every time it's like, I don't know. Whatever. Where do I find the button I need? Okay, how far did I... There we go. I made quite a bit of progress in that one. We got... Give it a minute. We got 38 pages read in 42 minutes. We've just gotten to the point in the book where, like, you... Like, it just is so interesting to read, having read the entire series, because you realize that the entirety of everything that just happened because there were a bunch of assholes who were like, we're going to see what happens when we do this thing.
Uh-huh.
Like, everything
that happens. Reread a full series, a completed series.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh my gosh, there's something in book 9 they're hinting at the very beginning.
Like, they're not worrying about any sort of like containment. They're not worried about any sort of consequences. They're like, oh, it'll be fine. It's just on this one place. Only this place will be affected. And they're like so willing to just, they don't even care about the millions and millions of casualties. And they're going to set the entire solar system on its head because they did this. And I'm just like, wow.
Great.
Yeah. Like, I was already like amazed at how they were able to take the same problem and like turn it into something new, or have it not the same problem, but like the same this inciting incident, and like reimagine it for each book, or have this thing cause problems in each book.
Yeah.
And
still have it be like new and like,
and still have it be interesting, and have it not be like it's never the same plot twice.
Uh-huh.
But we're still working with the same problem, if that makes sense. And you don't see a lot of authors that can do that.
True.
Anyways, and what I speaking of things I don't have time for, what I really don't have time for is to just jump into the next book, which is what I'm feeling like doing.
Oh. Can confirm. Will not work.
No, I know. I know, especially when it took me 2 days to read this.
It actually might fit the prompt, just not for the team you're on.
Anyways,
you're like later on in the month when you're back on sci-fi, you're like, hi guys, I don't actually care what the prompt is. I'm reading the second book.
Never underestimate my ability to stretch a prompt. I once was able to conversationally...
You end up on historical fiction next time. This is definitely historical. What are you talking about?
Absolutely. This is a historical moment in literature.
History was changed when they wrote this book.
It truly was. No, not really. I once was able to link giraffes to Lord of the Rings. So don't even... I can do this.
I can do anything.
What's the Loki up to today?
Well, I meant to come on here much earlier, but then sprinklers. We were trying to reset our sprinklers, and it always happens like every time you turn them on for the first time, like because Utah winters suck, pipes crack, sprinklers crack.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's just a matter of like trying to map where you have to replace things.
Yeah.
So that took longer. I'm reading Cassandra in reverse. I am 41% of the way through. Reading for fiction. And although the last sprint I was watching Ethan's vlog, I'm trying to catch up on those because there's a few that came out.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing today.
Nice.
And
I need to start
packing bookmarks.
Beautiful. Still got bookmarks going out, right?
Yep. They'll have some for some of the teams, not all of them, but some of the teams.
Yeah, right. Fantasy's gone, right?
Fantasy's gone. I didn't even get a dragon.
That makes you a better person than me because I definitely would have kept a set for myself. Just like, yep, I'm keeping these.
So I did, but then there was like, so I counted them, and then when I was going through them, one of them was like slightly damaged. So I didn't.
Can be
like,
yours.
Yeah, exactly. So it's fine.
Wow. Anyways, is Cassandra in Reverse one of the ones that's being sadly mid, or are you enjoying this one?
I keep going back and forth because I didn't really like the beginning because it's very Groundhog Day. And so at the beginning, it was very much the same, and it still is very repetitive. But at the same time, the autism representation is like surprisingly accurate.
That's funny.
To the point where she's like, I have 5 outfits that I wear for work, and I wear them on the exact same day because nobody needs a sensory nightmare while you're trying to get to your office on a Monday morning. And you're like, I feel this.
Yeah. We had one of the head of our clinical like team. She had an outfit she wore every Monday. It was her Monday outfit. She changed it up a little bit, but those were her Monday pants.
There's a guy on my team that does that. It started out as a joke of like he wore a pink shirt every Wednesday, and he tried to like play it off as on Wednesdays I wear pink. But then it was like, but on Tuesday you wear the purple one, and on Friday you wear the black one.
Listen,
because most people just notice it on Wednesdays, and I was like, okay, cool.
That's funny. I had exactly 2 pairs of pants, and I wore 1 pair Mondays and Wednesdays and 1 pair Tuesdays and Fridays.
Exactly.
And there was a system behind which ones I wore which days, but I can't remember what it was. Like there was an actual reason but
I don't have that extreme, but it's like one of those things that if I know that I'm like gonna have to either sit at my desk all day or be in meetings so that I'm like sitting in the boardroom all day, I'm like, I am wearing the stretchy pants that do not have a button.
That's like no, it was an actual, like I can't remember what it was, but it was an actual functional reason that I did it that way, because I remember switching it because I changed what days I was doing certain things or whatever it was.
See,
so I can't
there's a method to our madness.
Yeah, and I can't remember what the heck it was. Let's see. Is there a KU for audiobooks? Because I'm not in the US and my library doesn't have English audiobooks. I wish there was. There is. I think the closest there is Everand.
Yeah, Everand or obviously Audible, but like then you're just getting 1 per month. So Everand would be like the closest thing to it. But then also, like if you have KU, check that too, because a lot of times you get KU titles that are also on what's called Whisper Sync, and the audiobook is included in KU.
Okay. Let me see.
Also, if you have Audible,
let's see. There's some audio.
I guess that's KU too.
Yeah. Let's see if you, so there are some audiobooks on YouTube for free. There's also the Gutenberg Library, which is old books online for free. Do they do audiobooks there on Project Gutenberg? I thought they only did like PDFs and ebooks.
I think there actually might be a couple of like, it's like somebody recording, like somebody just reading it. It's not like an official audiobook.
That's just my library. That's fine. LibriVox. I may have to look at that. Just lurking. So many sprints today. I have to walk away from the computer every little bit or I won't get anything. I understand that. There's always a chatty bit happening. Hello was wondering how much longer we were going for. My current read is When Ghosts Came Home. We're going to do 1 more sprint. And then we will be done. Let's see. Hello. Lunch was eaten. Nope. Come back here. I want that one. Hi, Glinda. Welcome. Hoping to finish Ace of Spades. Very nice. 36%. Hello. My brother says hi, Brianna. He's been harassing me in the chat.
Benjamin.
Not really. Also, he may have accidentally gotten dubbed Benji by my channel. I just call him the bro. So had a dinner sprint, finishing slaying the shadow sprint at the end of the day. Exactly 3 pages. Was watching Aoife's video. Nice. Ooh, get those kids feds and 4% of Into the Drowning Deep. Ellie says hi. Tuesday switching to their Kindle. A lot of hellos. Starting to sightsee with Herman Hesse. Interesting. You just are like going all over the world here because we've got a German author and an Argentinian sci-fi author and a Canadian sci-fi author, although the latter is a little bit easier to find. Did the Detour March the Dog. Finished your Berlin book. No, started my Berlin book. Good job. Awesome. 56%. I have to go to work an hour. Ew. That's, I hate that.
You adulting. Don't they know we have to read?
They should just pay you to stay home and read Howl's Moving Castle. It's that good.
Right?
Cleaned the dishes, started washing, did skincare. Very nice. I did that a couple sprints ago. Hello, reading buddies. Oh, right. Hey, reading Clash of Steel. Very nice. Hello, Mia. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and hanging out. We have got a rousing endorsement for Cassandra in Reverse. Reading An Ember in the Ashes so I can continue the series still at Buenos Aires. I need to reread all of the Ember in the Ashes books and finish the series because, like, I don't remember.
I'm a terrible booktuber who has never read those books.
I mean, you don't have to.
I just feel like that was the book of like what 2018, 2019 when I started, and so somehow I missed it.
Which is so funny considering that book predates me being on BookTube.
Right, but I mean, it just got like I maybe it was like because the last one in the series
book 3 came out, or yeah. When did I feel like I want to say book 4, Ember in the Ashes. I want to say that one came out in 2020,
which makes sense.
2019. A Sky. Yeah, it came out December 1st of 2020.
So that makes sense because like I wasn't really reading a lot of fantasy in like 2019 when I guess the third book would have come out. Yeah. And so I just like was like, it's fine. I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to even start that series, and then just lost by book 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a really interesting and good series if you like books about revolutions and colonialism. And
well, I keep hearing Rachel talk about it. I'm like, I should read it. Because if Rachel likes the book, I'm probably gonna like it.
Yeah. It's one of those that like I feel like if you are in the ex-fundy to progressive pipeline, you're really going to like Elias.
And like I really like ones that have like revolution / like religious or political, like that's like a buzzword for me.
And there's so much political stuff going on there, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff going on behind the scenes with the magic, and anyways, got to chapter 10. Holly Smale, the author of Cassandra in Reverse, has a YA series that just hit Netflix. Very nice. Geek Girl. Yeah, I remember reading that book.
If you know, I don't know if you know this, but is the author autistic? Because like the representation feels so accurate. Like it's not either they are autistic or they live with someone / are like in a relationship with someone who is, because it's not something you would like a neurotypical would think about. Yeah.
Unless someone like is talking to you about it,
right? Unless it's a constant conversation for you.
Yeah. I mean, there are places that you can do research for some of those things.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like it goes beyond the stereotypes.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I found writing fanfic, because I did a deep dive on how anxiety works for people.
Yeah.
And a lot of that involved watching YouTube videos of people walking me through their process and what happens in their brains when they're having an anxiety attack. Some of them doing this while they are literally having an anxiety attack.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but it paid off because I ended up, it paid off because I had a bunch of people go, oh my God, this is exactly what happens in my head.
Nice.
So, on Wednesdays, we wear pink.
You know.
At least he has some culture. But it's funny story. We weren't allowed to watch that movie when it first came out.
Oh, I wasn't either. I didn't watch it until I was at least maybe
more
like
hellos, more highs. Life is too short for sensory issues.
Exactly.
It is. Life is too short to be uncomfortable for no reason at all. Like, there are times that going through the discomfort is worth it because of what's on the other end. But, hello, doggy, bye, doggy. So, I assume that was when Doyle, like, popped in behind you.
Probably.
I think it was Doyle. I saw a floof. There was a tail.
So, because Schmidt's down here sleeping, and Doyle probably was in here.
Yeah, not sure if Gutenberg does audio. Okay. Hello. Got back from a walk with my brother, so no reading done. But I found a little free library near my house. Very nice. Oh, Rob and Billy call you Benji. Oh, no. Is there a new sprint schedule coming later today?
Yeah, I'll put out this week's. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I've had to adult. I'm so sorry.
See, you're better than I am. Like, for me, weeks begin on Mondays.
Well, it was just because, like, we put the last one out on Saturday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Which makes sense. I can tell you what we're going to have. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., Kara has sprints.
Yeah, I think it might just be Kara tomorrow.
Just Kara? Okay. Yeah. That's the only, that is the only one we have tomorrow afternoon. Kara's going from 11 to 4. And then we've got some sprints throughout the week as well.
Yeah. So. There are sprints every day.
The author is autistic. She was just diagnosed a few years ago.
Okay.
Our lips are sealed. You have been given all of the clues that you are going to be given at this point, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's actually
no.
It's pretty much been told to you in clues.
Yes. Somebody's
straight up told.
I think I've seen someone try to wait. Have I?
No, they haven't gotten it.
No, they haven't gotten it yet.
They've gotten close, but not exactly.
Yeah. We weren't allowed to watch Mean Girls because Mean was in the title. No, we weren't allowed to watch Mean Girls because Regina George is caught in the closet with someone, someone sleeps with a teacher, and that is why we were not allowed to watch that show, even though nothing was shown. So, Max and my brother go Team General Fiction. Yes, go. I'm here for all the teams currently. All right, let us go ahead. I think we're going to do another 45. That'll give us a little bit of time to chat before it's time to go. But
I mean, there's no set in time unless you have to be somewhere.
There is not. I do not have to be anywhere. If we're still feeling it, I might go for another one. Depending. But we will see. Okay. Let us go in 3, 2, 1. Mute your mics.
Now boarding flight AMZ 655 to Berlin.
Welcome back.
Oh.
There is an entire conversation in this book that I forgot happens.
Love it when that happens.
I may have lost it just a little bit when we got to that. It's a good conversation. How did you do while I am doing math?
I read like 4 chapters, I think. I'm at 48%.
Okay.
So we are trucking along.
Yeah,
I don't know how there's still half a book left because I feel like we've done the whole synopsis.
I mean, usually the synopsis is only a little bit of the book. So
yeah, it's just I feel like it's gonna start getting redundant. So.
That makes sense.
But I also don't love Groundhog Day books. So.
That makes sense as well. I feel like there's only so many ways you can do that and still have it be like not like you got to be able to be creative with it.
Well, because I feel like people are calling this Una out of order, but I feel like the Una out of order is so because every year that like instead of repeating the same time over and over again, she just wakes up in a different year, so she doesn't live her life linearly. So it's not Groundhog Day because it's not the same time over and over.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because like she's just like being pulled out of time,
right?
Into
where it's like every new year, you're 21, and then you're 40, and then you're 32, and then
And I feel like Groundhog's Day works really well as like a movie medium, like a film medium, because you can do things like montages and those kinds of things.
Yes,
and you can't do that with a book, or it's harder.
Right.
So it's called a transition. And those are usually much shorter than authors want to have them be. So let me pull. Okay. Hold on. I looked up the number. Now I've forgotten what the number was. I read 35 pages that time. How did I only read 35 pages? That's disappointing. Anyways, I'm not sure why, because I was listening the entire time. Oh, I might have had to go back a couple of times. I remember now.
There you go.
So, well, there was one time where I thought I heard over the audio, like the sound of him turning the page, but then I went back and I was like, no, I don't hear that. Okay, maybe I'm crazy. So, Max says I've actually gotten on to Teen Mystery Thriller because I gone full ADHD hyperfixation mode. Oh, and I'm ahead of you're reading and ahead of your Goodreads challenge? Who are you? I don't know this person. All on audio since I'm at work. But there's plenty of graphic texting, so I've had to skip those. I'm sorry. En route to Berlin. Some highs. Well, I've gotten into a TikTok loop watching puppets be made. My latest kick has been on YouTube. Like, you know those little, like, the mini brands and miniverse things where, like, they give you a kit so you can make miniatures yourself?
Oh, yeah.
I've kind of gotten onto a kick of watching people, like, open, or watching one specific person open them and, like, build the different things. Because I'm like, I don't want to buy these because I know they're very wasteful and like they have so much packaging and stuff. I'm just like, what would I even do with this? Like, I don't play with anything that I would use this for. But I've been watching them because they're fascinating to watch. I'm like, this is how I will get it vicariously.
There you go.
So I will do other things for crafty stuff. Reading Bunny, I've gotten to 39%. Yes, it was. It was that conversation. I'm surprised you remember that happens better than I do. Because you would think that would be stuck in my head. Anyways, trying to get into the Mindfuck series and struggling. We have an arrival.
Great. Like, you're not alone.
Oh my God. So I'm guessing that it's a pass for you.
I mean, they're all 3-star reads. They are perfectly mid.
I love it. I love it. Got to about 50% of Dangerous Collaboration. Looking forward to the rest. Love it. Ellie got 100 pages. It's a middle grade, so it reads fast. Okay. Already on book 7 while assembling my new bookshelves, and I haven't even had my meds today, so I don't know what that says about me now. I think it says that today is the day that you're hyper-focused enough that you didn't need the meds.
There you go.
Sometimes you don't. Would double-crossed work for Berlin? You can cross things, like you can cross the street.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a bit of a stretch, but like if you think it counts, it counts.
Yeah. What was it? You said to stretch this as far as possible, right?
Yeah. Like if you think it counts, like I promise you, I haven't looked at a single submission. I have that sheet hidden.
This is not last year when you're like, I'm going to go in and check on things.
Even then, I really didn't. It was just more for curiosity's sake. And like, I like to look at like stats and stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I think, what was it? There was something last year that somebody like submitted something and you're like, there's no way.
No, that was during Clue, I think.
Oh, right.
Someone like posted like a 500 page book like 20 minutes after the thing dropped. And I was like, I don't know if that's right. Nope. About 20% of the way to Berlin, didn't read as much as I wanted to. Let's see, didn't get a lot of reading done, but I'm 50% into slaying the Shadow Prince. Had a work call for most of the sprint. Rude of work. Right.
Really answered that. Watching Aoife's vlog, and I'm 13% into To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. That book.
That's a chonky one.
I know. Like, I thought I was being like a little chaotic recommending Ruin of Kings, which is like 700 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Brittany was much more chaotic than I was, choosing To Sleep in a Sea of Stars.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to read that book someday, but not during Amazing Readathon. That would stress me out too much.
To everybody who is doing that, because it couldn't be me.
Yep. I'm just like, I have to make sure I finish this in time. That's my main thing. I didn't do much reading that sprint 28% into my book. Oh, thank you very much. I have one. I have a Kindle. And I use it on occasion. So that was one of the things that it was funny because I did the panel at BookNet Fest that I still need to get to y'all. But I did the panel at BookNet Fest and I was talking with somebody afterwards and she was like, I really wish they had found someone, because we all were like, yeah, we like audiobooks, we like hard copy books, but we don't read a lot of ebooks. I mean, she's like, I wish they'd found someone who primarily did digital and did a lot of ebooks. And I was like, well, one of us, me, was a last minute addition there. So they may have had someone.
Right.
But they were not able to come. You don't want to get into wargaming, those minis. I mean, I would love those minis. Those are fun. I'm trying to remember when I said this was my favorite conversation.
It feels like a Margaret conversation.
It is a Margaret conversation. It's fantastic because I can't say too much because I don't want to spoil Brittany if she is watching right now. I don't think she is, but I don't want to. I'm just like so surprised that it like I remember the conversation that happens in the bar. I remember that. And I remember the stuff that happens on the show because like that is one of the best first kisses in all of television. But I do not remember this conversation. And I don't remember saying it was my favorite. 120 pages. To be honest, I think BookNet Fest inspired me to be an actual functional human because I've been doing TikToks too, though this year I'm working on is kind of what I want to be right. Nice, very nice. You are welcome for the sprints. I think we're going to go one more because I'm not ready to quit reading yet. And when I quit sprints, I have to go be a functional human being.
Overrated.
So I'm going to continue sprints for a little bit. Writing research, love it. Starting to feel like this book never ends. Oh no.
To be fair, though, I think like the last 100 pages or so is actually just a glossary, so it actually ends sooner than you think it does.
That's always funny. When you think you have more book and then it's the glossary and it's entirely,
or if it's like the first chapter of the next book and it's like, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about it.
And you're like, okay, yeah, we have time to wrap this up. It'll be fine. And then you're like,
Right.
oh no. I did that with Sea of Neptune. I was like, we're gonna get there. We're gonna see Annabeth, right? We're gonna see Annabeth, right? No. I switched to The Marrow Thieves by Sherry Dimmeline. I really need to get this book and finish it because I haven't read it in a while. Yeah, I prefer physical books above all, just because I like reading. Like, I like the act of reading. However, that's not how it works out all the time.
I feel like I like owning the books, but they are 100% just shelf trophies.
Yeah.
And I likely, like, audio is definitely like the number one thing that I read, but then ebook would be second, just because I read so many of the like self-published stuff, and like the authors will send it to me via like a widget.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I like flipping pages and all of that stuff. However, life means I do not read them as often as I would like to. And I do like owning the books I've enjoyed. Like, if I want to reread it, I go buy it.
I also like physically reading paperbacks more than hardcovers.
It's either Double Cross, which is 312 pages, When the Moon Hatched, which is 718 pages, or Sleep and Spirit, which is 394. You got to go with the one that works best for you. Really liked it. Okay. 91% into Slaying the Shadows Prince.
Nice.
Another high for the puppos. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I totally get people who would prefer to have an e-reader and that's all they need, because that's so convenient. But, okay, let's go ahead. I think we'll do for this last one, we'll do quite a bit. Like, we'll do an hour. And then that will be it for me, because I would like to go get lunch and things like that. So, all right, adding this. And we shall go in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Now boarding flight AMZ 655 to Berlin.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. How did we do that sprint? We're in the middle of a pitched space battle right now.
Fun.
47 pages for me.
I am at 63%. I also posted my vlog for week 1 that has a really big score hint in it.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody wants to watch that,
they might want to go watch that when this is
like
done.
I straight up tell a team what place they're in.
Oh boy.
Just saying. It is there.
I've found a few clues, I think, potentially in the Discord. So we'll see. I'll watch that as soon as we're done here, I think. I don't know why I care. I'm not on a team. I don't win or lose.
Still fun.
I'm just here for the chaos. Okay, anyways. Anouk says, not my Kindle saying I had 15 minutes left in the book for me to flip to the next page to see the end.
There you go.
Oh, well, I guess I landed in Buenos Aires. You know, they do some weird. Oh, now y'all get to be the ones that go, hey, have to find a, like, non-spoilery way to tell your friends to go do their detours. The number of times Brianna texted me last time being like, hey, your team needs to do their detours. And I had to be like, hi, guys. Have you done your detour yet? And hope it was enough. Highest percentage is lit fic so far. Lowest percentage is spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Come on, Stabby Ghost, you can do it. Yep. Ghost. Yay. We have a Marie Pierre. Welcome. Coda is going to hop in the shower, grab some food and maybe a beer. You are welcome for sprints. Lit fic all the way. Less than 2 hours before I land in Berlin. Oh, shut up. Goodbye forever, he says.
Yeah.
You're related to me. You can't get rid of me.
It's true.
I am your only ally against our parents.
Oh.
It's so funny. I think I've told you about the whole, like, they will not let him and his girlfriend share a room.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, which is more important to y'all? Like, maintaining your relationship with your son or your power play?
Right.
So 83% into my Berlin book. Should finish one more sprint. Very nice. 64%. Hi, just joined during the sprint and watched about 40 pages of To Shape a Dragon's Breath. Good night. No, what? Good job. There we go. I was trying to say good and also say nice. I've been sprinting too long. It's time for me to take a nap. 30% of episode 7. 100 pages left in a chunky book that I'm hoarding in hopes it will fit for a city.
There you go.
I mean,
as long as you read it all in June. But like,
yeah.
You have to have at least to read something. Like, even if it's just 10 pages, you have to read at least something.
For that, I mean, there are a couple of books that I was very close to that I'm just close to the end that I'm just saving for when I hit romance again.
Basically, just like, don't be a dick and like don't like, you know what I mean? Because that would be kind of like, if you're like, oh, I finished this book and you know, just don't be a dick.
Yeah.
If you finished the book 2 weeks ago,
take your time. Maybe you can use it. I don't know what's going on with Scavenger Hunt, but maybe you can use it for Scavenger Hunt.
There you go.
That's a possibility. Didn't read any, but am playing Final Fantasy 14 today. Listened to A Good Day to Pie earlier. Halfway through. Still reading for like 2. You know what? Too many layovers for this flight.
Too many layovers.
Sometimes that airport just works against you. We are done, but there are going to be more sprints. Brianna just posted the schedule in the Discord, but there are more sprints tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time on Kara it's Kara's Bookshelves, right?
I think so.
Okay, yeah, over at Kara. Oh,
we'll have
Kara's,
it linked tomorrow.
It'll be in an announcement. So slowly, I finished Slaying the Shadow Prince. I'm getting very excited about getting to read this book at some point. Will it happen during this readathon? I don't know. Nope, come back here. Read another 15 pages and started Brianna's vlog. Listened to a little bit of To Sleep in a Sea of Stars, walked the dog again, and started your vlog that popped up. Very nice. This buddy read with Brittany may have actually convinced me to finally read this book. Because she's like, this is reminding me a lot about To Sleep in the Sea of Stars. And I was like, haha. Nice.
That's nice.
That'd be very interesting to see, because I know Aragon, like you can look in Aragon and see what Paolini was reading when he wrote that book.
Right.
I'm reading Nicola Traveling Around the Demon World. Okay. I mean, you can save. I feel like a lot of people are doing that. Like you have to, like, you can use a book you've started in June.
Yeah. Just like I said, don't be a dick. Like don't like, if you've already finished a book and then a prompt drops, like that's a little bit of a dick move to just like be like, oh, well, I have this other book that I already read and I was saving, because that's not helping your team in the current leg because you read a book that you didn't submit for points. So like that's not the way to play. But like if you're in the middle of a book and like you started it and then a prompt drops and you're like, hey, this fits, then you can continue reading it even if you only have a little bit left.
Yeah, well, it's like with the sightseeing books. If you're in the middle of a sightseeing book and it happens to fit the prompt for the leg, you can use it for the leg.
Yes.
But you still have to read some of the book.
Yeah.
During. Yeah, started in June. Not being a dick, just playing it smart. I mean, if you want to read a chunky book this month, that might be a way to just kind of take it as little bits and then really focus on it when there's a prompt. Yeah.
But to have a book that was already like completed before a prompt drop is kind of a dick move.
Yeah. Submit any book you read in June. If you want more sprints, there's a whole spreadsheet linked. Yeah. Check it out. Beautiful. The 131 pages into role playing. I love it. Submit as soon as I finish. Amazing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's
all right. You had a vlog go up. Is there anything else you wanted to plug on your channel?
No. Sprints, I'll have sprints on Monday on mine that are technically Accidental Book Club for me and Brittany, but they also are going to be Amazing Readathon sprints.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. Well then, everyone will be linked down below in the description box in just a moment. And thank you so much for, that's not how I do this. I haven't sprinted in like 3 weeks. I will see y'all later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things. Bye.